Check.
Fuck, is Pisco still here? News. Starting at that point, the FBI began compiling photographs, video footage, telephone calls, and encrypted messages made by the suspects and storing them as evidence on a USB flash drive. The content said to consist of hundreds of hours of undercover audio recordings and more than 13,000 pages. God, I have a hair that's like in my field of view and I can't find it. Sorry. It's right there. I see it. And encrypted messages made by the suspects and storing them as evidence on a USB flash drive. The content said to consist of hundreds of hours of undercover audio recordings and more than 1,300 or 13,000 pages of encrypted text messages. Was released by the U.S. District Court for the Western District of Michigan on October 16th.
Okay. All right.
Hassan is ready to forgive you if you only do a few things. The fuck is this?
And we're back. Sorry about the small delay there. Gonna get set up for the lateral version of the collateral broadcast, where we get a little bit.
So if Destiny said sorry, you'd be cool with that?
Lateral.
Yes. If he came out and apologized for literally fucking aligning with every and any Nazi that he could fucking come to terms with and directing his community to cyber stalk me for the past fucking 5 years and have entire paste bins full of like clips out of context that they can readily throw at any conversation and try to literally brigade any and every mention of me online. If he was genuinely apologetic, I absolutely would take that charitably. Doesn't mean I'd be friends with him. I used to be friends with him. I was friends with him because I thought he was a reformed libertarian. I knew his past. I've defended him. I've defended him time and time again.
You know what I just realized?
There are multiple of Destiny said
Hassan is like a child. a debate minor, if you will. And that's why he calls us debate pedophiles, because we fuck the shit out of him every time he tries to say some retarded shit. It all clicks now. Actual childlike behavior. I don't like it when Destiny does all these things that I do to him all the time. Fucking moron. Recruitment. After the Ohio meeting, Fox contacted the militia already being investigated by the FBI, seeking assistance for the plot. On June 14th, the militia held a field training exercise. That day, Fox contacted one confidential source in a recorded phone call, detailing the Ohio meeting, and he requested 200 men to attack the state capitol in order to take Whitmer and others as hostage and hold a trial for the governor accusing her of treason. Requested 200 men from what? Jesus. During the call, Fox reportedly said to the source that the operation had to occur prior to the 2020 United States presidential election. During a Second Amendment event at the state capitol on June 18th, Fox was recorded by a confidential source attempting to recruit militia group leaders to unite in an effort to attack the state capitol. 2 days later, on June 20th, Fox invited individuals, including one confidential source, to where he was employed in Grand Rapids. According to the source, Fox collected cell phones to prevent recordings and led participants through a trap door from the main floor, though the source wore a concealed recording device unknown to those gathered. Audio from the meetings provided to the FBI contained discussions of an assault in the Capitol, how to counterattack first responders, and the use of Molotov cocktails to destroy law enforcement vehicles. It was concluded. I wonder if these recordings, are any of these public? It was concluded that the group would meet on the first weekend of July, where they would discuss plans and perform training exercises. In a June 25th Facebook video captured by the FBI, Fox held a live stream criticizing the justice system, the government of Michigan, and the state's order closing gyms, calling Whitmer a tyrant bitch and stating to viewers, I don't know, boys, we got to do something. You guys link with me on our other location system. Give me some ideas of what we can do. Training and planning.
Let's go.
We will get through all this too.
Let's move it up a little bit.
Training first occurred on June 28th in
Munith?
Michigan, at a militia member's property, with Fox, his girlfriend, Ty Garbin, Caleb Franks, Caserta, and a confidential source participating in the exercises. Participants were told to leave if they felt uncomfortable with attacking the government and participating in kidnapping. According to Musico's defense attorney, Fox started making comments about storming the state capitol during this training session, but there was no agreement from the other members, and Musico expressed concern about the plan's tactical viability, saying it's a fishbowl. Court documents released on November 13th alleged that in addition to storming the capitol, there were plans of executing hostages and televising them over the course of a week, or locking people inside the building while the legislature was in session and setting it on fire with the intention of leaving no survivors. According to Musico's attorney, from that day to October 1st, there was no activity from the Wolverine Watchmen due to a fight between Fox and Musico and Musico's eventual departure from the group. However, the FBI's confidential source for the investigation said the participants met for weapons exercises in Cambria, Wisconsin, between July 10th and 12th, with Croft, Garbin, and a militia member attempting to make an improvised explosive device. On July 11th, though the device was defective, Franks also brought a rifle equipped with suppressor, firing at the time. At a second meeting in Ohio held on July 18th, audio collected by a confidential source revealed discussions of attacking a Michigan State Police station, though Garbin rejected plans of an assault on the Capitol building, instead suggesting to attack Whitmer's family vacation home on Burke Lake in Elk Rapids. In a July 14th call recorded by a source, Fox said he researched the governor's office, concluding that Whitmer would not be present there, and was heard saying, in all honesty right now, I just want to make the world glow, dude. I'm not even fucking kidding. I just want to make it all glow, dude. I don't fucking care anymore. I'm just so sick of it. That's what it's going to take for us to take it back. We're just going to have to, everything's going to have to be annihilated, man. We're going to topple it all, dude. It's what great freaking conquerors, man. We're just going to conquer every fucking thing, man.
Every fucking
In a July
thing,
26th
man.
call
We're
with
just gonna
confidential
conquer
source,
every fucking
Fox said
thing.
maybe we should just make a
You
bunch
know,
of
every
cupcakes and
fucking
send them
thing,
out,
man.
with the source interpreting this as Fox seeking to initiate a widespread bombing campaign, according to the FBI. At Destiny, hey man, I just got an alto sax last week after 16 years. Can't seem to get my embouchure correct to get a stable tone. Any tips? Try sucking dick. Halo, $5. You should say you will offer Hassan an apology if he reads and goes through the entirety of the N-word manifesto. True. The only tips I would ever say is if you're working on embouchure as a wind instrument player, everything you learn in grade school or high school about biting with your lip to increase or decrease pressure on the reed is always wrong. You should always be using the muscles on the side of your face, never pressure with your teeth biting through your lip. Don't ever do that. That's cringe. Fuck, is Pisco still here? Or is he gone? Wow, Edmund, thanks for the 20 bucks. Holy shit. Wait, what is this video that just got linked? Why did this guy just kill himself here? My god. Here's a question that I would have. I wonder how much you can retroactively justify, or like retroactively use statements after like a plot has been concocted. Like, if people, because I could imagine like standing around like, oh, fucking Biden, we should go to his fucking house and blah, like just saying like a bunch of dumb shit, and then later on like some plot is concocted, and now it's like well, all those prior statements are going to be used to convict you. I'm super curious how that works. I don't know if I'm asking makes sense. Because like I'm sure at some point some of these guys are saying shit they're not like 100% serious on. They're just like talking shit, you know. But then maybe for other stuff. Whitmer vacation home plans. Fox invited participants to his Grand Rapids location on July 27th, where a confidential source provided recordings of discussions that shifted to kidnapping Whitmer when she was arriving at or leaving either her personal vacation home or the Michigan governor's summer residence or Mackinac Island. These, oh Jesus. Some of these plans, though, depending on the specificity, are pretty like Jesus Christ, you know. Hi, babes. Fox invited participants to okay. According to the FBI and sourced audio, Fox be heard saying, snatch and grab man, and grab the fucking governor, just grab the bitch, because at that point, we do that, dude, it's over. Fox was also heard in the recording suggesting the group hire a realtor to find Whitmer's exact residence, collecting information on the surrounding area, and recruiting individuals skilled with information technology and demolitions. It's pronounced Mackinac. Okay. Participants met in Munich a second time for training on August 9th, and afterwards they communicated via group calls and chats monitored by a confidential source. In these communications, Fox suggested researching the governor's residence and landing and destroying Whitmer's boat. Harris said in a chat, have one person go to her house, knock on the door, and when she answers it, just cap her. At this point, fuck it. I mean, fuck it. Blah, blah, blah. During further chats on August 18th, participants concentrated on finding the Whitmer family's vacation home and planned on how to escape the area by boat. On August 23rd, participants met at Harris's home in Lake Orion, where a secret recording was captured. The group discussing surveillance of the vacation home. Franks shared that he spent nearly $4,000 on night vision goggles and a helmet. Dumbass. A source got one night vision goggle. Oh my god. The source captured audio of an August 29th surveillance operation where Fox drove by the Whitmer family's vacation home, took photographs, and discussed response times of police in the area. On the recorded audio, Fox was heard saying, we ain't gonna let him burn our fucking state down. I don't give a fuck if there's only 20 or 30 of us, dude. We'll go out there and use deadly force. The next day on August 30th, the FBI... Hi, thank you. What's that? What's that? My duck. All this weird stuff with you, you know? Can you eat the fat on this, or is it gonna be chewy and weird? The next day on August 30th, the FBI said screen captures of the group chat showed Garvin suggesting the demolition of a bridge over the Elk River near the vacation home to slow and distract police. Let's see. Whitmer case. Is this good? Show food? No, I'm not showing you the food. Go to like and stream and look at it. That's the whole point of him streaming. Is there a good video to watch on this? While we eat. The hill is like trash, right? It's the one with all the... Is this the channel that had like that Rising show with all the crazy people and everything? Or am I mixing that up with something else? What am I thinking of? Hold on. Sager and Crystal, yeah. Literally says Rising. Yeah. Ugh, whatever. Okay.
The final 3 men to stand trial on charges related to a plot to kidnap Democratic Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer have been found not guilty on all charges. Eric Molitor and twin brothers William and Michael Knoll were among 14 men charged in state and federal court over the alleged plot.
They were each acquitted on 1 count of providing material support for a terrorist act and possessing a firearm when committing or attempting to commit a felony. So it seems to me that this was the kind of a case. It was 14 days of testimony. All of these 3 guys look the same. You can hardly tell them apart. But, you know, they're trying to determine where these key players in this kidnapping plot Whitmer following the 2020 election. And I guess they either determined, you know, no, they weren't guilty of these things. A lot of people said that this was like a military-style plan, that they were working together and practicing with their guns. Very scary stuff, but ultimately, I guess they were acquitted.
Yeah, I mean, the issue here with these 3 particular guys is that they actually broke off from the group when it started to get more radical and actually discussed plans to kidnap the governor. But it's important to remember that this plot in the first place would not have existed without the FBI's interference. So basically what happened is, if we go back to 2020, there were a few guys who were very isolated during the pandemic. They were perhaps unemployed. Some of them were using drugs, and they would chat on this Facebook group about anti-law enforcement and anti-government sentiment. Certainly nothing illegal, but there was an individual who informed to the FBI about this group and suggested that there was something untoward happening, or that these guys were going to become more radical. So what the FBI did is they actually employed a dozen or more different agents, as well as undercover agents.
Wait, I thought the guy initially went to the FBI because they started talking about like doing real shit. That might be an important fact to have. The first person to go to the FBI, I guess.
Agents to actually create new Facebook groups, bring these guys in, and be responsible for their radicalization. It was the FBI informants who were working within this group who first brought up the idea to kidnap the governor. The FBI was the one that brought up the idea separately of trying to...
Who was the first one to... Mr. Fox and Barry Bad. Is Fox one of the informant people? Or one of the agent people? The title of this was Roles of FBI. Oh, we something from Google.
Farming, farming, farming. Ain't nothing better than farming.
Who was the... Let's write these names. Who was the first person to propose kidnapping Whitmer? That's good.
To assassinate the Virginia governor, who was a Democrat at the time. They were the ones who suggested having the surveillance of Gretchen Whitmer's home. They were the ones who suggested having firearms training. I mean, every escalation that occurred in this supposed plot of a radical set of Americans or right-wing extremists or domestic extremists was basically orchestrated by the FBI. And so there was a legitimate defense from the lawyers in this case that their clients were entrapped by the FBI. This did not fly with every defendant. There were some who were in fact found guilty because they were basically right in there with the informants.
Well, thanks,
in terms
TTV winner.
of becoming radical or helping to plan this attack against Gretchen Whitmer. One of them was even sentenced to 16 years, but there's definitely a great case to be made for some of these lower level members of the group who were trying to get out of it. And actually the group was set to dissolve after a few months, if not for the FBI bringing in a literal bomb expert to explain to them how they could successfully carry out explosive attacks on Whitmer's residence, that they stuck together. This should have never happened in the first place. If it weren't for the FBI's involvement, there would have been no plot to kidnap Gretchen Whitmer.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting case that will have a lot of people reflecting on entrapment in general. How many times do we have cops go undercover and try and catch people who are purchasing and exchanging drugs? I mean, I'm just totally against any kind of undercover work by the police, by the FBI.
Like, they obviously, so it's like, oh, what about, like, undercover people that try to catch child predators? Are you against that? There's no way they would say yes.
FBI by law enforcement in the United States. The way that they try and infiltrate groups that they deem to be troublesome seems to only escalate the supposed crime that's going on. And so I think it's a good time for everyone to reflect on what entrapment means, but also to reflect on the political climate post-2020, that there were these three guys, you know, the twin brothers and their buddy, that were willing to attend these drills and show up to Whitmer's residence. I think it speaks to the political climate, which I think would have existed independent of what the FBI was up to. There was just
Did she just do the, well, maybe it's not true, but it says something that it was possible, or it says something that, like was that, what?
a sense of hostility towards anyone who is upholding the 2020 election results and not questioning them in the Trump faction. And I think that makes a lot of people very scared for democracy, myself included, because while a lot of the people, Proud Boys and these folks included, they really seem like they have some sense of remorse, some sense that the election wasn't actually stolen, that they shouldn't have been up to what they were up to. But I think there's also a faction of people who still believe that the electoral process in the United States isn't sound and they don't believe in it and they would like to see change happen. And I think that's scary when we think about the future of our democracy and what could happen in elections to come.
My understanding is that the concerns of this particular group were not really about election fraud or interference, but were more about the pandemic restrictions that were placed on them, especially because these were individuals who were already quite isolated and lonely and who had suffered job loss and mental health issues. So I think their opposition to Gretchen Whitmer was more about the pandemic and lockdowns than it was about the 2020 election. But that being said, another part of this case that I wanted to bring up is the fact that the FBI even used a honeypot situation where they had a female agent infiltrate the group and apparently sleep with one of the members who was one of the individuals who was described as being one of the ones who was particularly isolated. And apparently they also even worked to get these people high on drugs. So the lengths that they went to really fabricate and create this idea or this plot is pretty incredible, obviously in a negative way. I don't mean that in a positive connotation. And you're right, this brings up broader questions about what the FBI's involvement is in helping to actually breed domestic terrorism. I mean, yes, we want the FBI to be involved in stopping terroristic plots or homegrown domestic terrorists, but at what point does their involvement actually actually make situations more volatile. We also know in this case that Gretchen Whitmer was apparently in on this plan. She knew that these suspects were going to be coming, or defendants rather at this point, that they were going to be coming to her vacation home to conduct their surveillance routines. She was aware of the date and time that these things were going to occur. Again, it was the FBI that set the date and time. So just the extent of the infiltration, the extent of the undercover work by the FBI, the intentional manipulation of the defendants through drug use, sex, and the attempts to radicalize them through this sort of feeling of brotherhood is incredibly disturbing. And I think it's at least a little bit of justice that these 3 guys were able to be acquitted on these charges. I think the jury probably saw right through the government scheme.
Yeah, I think the FBI, on more cases than just this, has overstepped and tried to quell radical organizing in the United States. We've seen the FBI's involvement in the MOVE bombing in Philly. We've seen the FBI try and infiltrate many groups across the country. And I think at the end of the day, if we're going to live in a country where we expect free speech and we expect people to maintain the right to organize politically, we can't have the FBI preemptively infiltrating every group that seems radical to try and quell discontent and, maintain the status quo in the United States. I don't think anybody in the U.S., whether they're radical or not, feels good about the FBI acting like that. And I really think we need some more regulation of the FBI, whether that comes from Congress, whether that comes from the executive branch, or just a demand from the people. It should be more of a central issue, and I think it is in the United States. We had that, hashtag defund the FBI for quite some time, which is something that leftists have supported for a while. Should the federal government be investigating citizens to this degree in the name of national security? I just don't think so, especially when you have the police not preemptively investigating cases of stalking when it comes to women, not investigating potential murders.
What? Wait, what the fuck? What was that comparison? What?
Not investigating potential sexual assault, but instead we have the FBI preemptively investigating political organizing. It just doesn't sit right with me that that's the priorities of our justice system.
Exactly. I mean, the FBI dropped the ball in the Larry Nassar sex abuse case. They dropped the ball on Jeffrey Epstein because apparently they're too busy trying to coerce people into committing crimes. I mean, sure, there's an argument to be made that these guys might have radicalized each other and found each other without the FBI's intervention. But when we're talking about informants and undercover officers, we're talking about individuals who are trained to provoke certain responses, trained in human behavior in ways that they can actually compel and coerce people into acting a certain way. And so if you have somebody who is a senior level FBI agent telling their undercover informant, here's what you need to say to this person so that they're on board with your plan, right? That's a serious problem. And that suggests that they were using intentional psyop tactics to manipulate these people as opposed to just letting them go where they were necessarily going to go if the FBI were not involved. And that's obviously a serious problem.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, when we consider all of what was going on around the 2020 election, there was a lot of organizing. There were a lot of people that were led by misinformation. And when we think about what the government response could be, is spending public dollars on surveillance, spending public dollars on entrapment. Is that a good use of money? Or if we're concerned about people making good political decisions with all of the information potentially available, maybe we should be spending public dollars on things like education, on things like improving the electoral process. It just seems backwards to me. And almost like it's exacerbating the problem we have around political radicalization and people acting violently on political beliefs that end up being based in misinformation. That if that's the problem we're facing, perhaps we need to address this problem at its root cause and invest in election integrity, invest in increasing voters' ability to participate in elections, and investing in public education so that we have an educated base of voters who are more willing to participate in the political process. It just feels that this punitive approach is just too little too late. You can't have the FBI infiltrating radical groups in the United States when there's a perfectly good solution on the table of addressing the problem at its root. And it seems that Congress is not interested in doing this on any policy, so it almost feels like they're taking up dead space talking about it, but it's still incredibly important that we consider the problem in its whole and not just get so caught up on there are these 3 guys that seem on the fringe.
Who's so caught up on it? Like, bro, don't plan or go along with plans or kidnap them. That's pretty easy. I think the FBI should be researching. I think the FBI should be infiltrating. Hot take. I am the brave man. Hot take. I do think that our federal law enforcement agencies should be locking up people that think it's okay to fucking murder politicians and kidnap them. Are we the brave man in the crowd now? I don't think that's that hot of a take at all. What the fuck?
Of society would seem very scary, and therefore we're going to side with government entrapment. No, we have to really think about
these guys were lonely. Obviously, when you're lonely, it kind of makes you want to kidnap and kill governors. Like, bro, what the fuck?
What's going on in our society as a whole. Think about these folks as individuals who are operating to the best of their abilities with the information they have and the life they've been given. I think when it comes to a system of justice, especially talking about January 6th, we can be a little bit too hard on people and lose sight of the bigger picture here. And so I think there's a better way forward than just criminalizing all of this behavior and putting them in jail.
Not to mention the fact that when the government does try to combat misinformation, they end up being purveyors of misinformation themselves, whether it was the censorship of the Hunter Biden laptop story claiming it was Russian disinformation or pushing the Russian collusion narrative against former President Donald Trump. And that only leads to a further decline in trust in institutions when people see that the government is working hand in hand with big tech companies to censor information that ended up being accurate. We'll be back with more Rising after this.
only thing we're missing from that was Hillary's emails or Hunter Biden's cock. Or I guess censoring storage kind of makes Where were we? Surveillance begins on August 23rd. Participants met at Harris Farm where secret recording was captured. Due to recommendation of Michigan State Police and Michigan Department of Technology Management and Budget, the construction of a $1.1 million barrier and electric fence at the Michigan Governor's Mansion in Lansing was announced on September. Full of like worthless fucking screwdrivers I bought. They're all like half of them are like dumb screwdrivers I was using at 26. But it's like half of it is like different depths and different. It's just those things are it's Phillips or flathead. Anything else here in the mask. Oh, you found the right one. Oh. Glad I had the random. What? Nope. I found it. Careful. Electric fence for Michigan Governor's Mansion in Lansing was announced on September 4th after weeks of construction. The spokesman for the ground saying Griffin security received an upgrade to perform. Regarding the security upgrades, the Detroit News wrote Whitmer, a Democrat who was first elected in 2018, has been the subject of menacing messages at Capitol demonstrations against her past COVID-19 stay-at-home orders, with the newspaper also citing other threats against Whitmer. While driving in 3 vehicles with an undercover FBI agent and confidential source present from a group camp in Luther towards the vacation home on September 12th, 2013, Croft suggested that the group attempted to kidnap Whitmer that night, though the idea was dismissed. Croft was one of the organic people or one of the donors? Regularly posted by Linear, it's got to be more organic tricorn, sweatshirt insignia, posted multiple times. Okay, this is one of the real guys. June 20th, 2020, Fox Scarp. Are these the indictments, or are these like some other part of the court filings? There were others, including CHS2 and Fox's business in Grand Rapids. And part of Fox's operation security continues in the basement of the shop, which is assessed from a trapdoor.
What's up? Yeah, I definitely do have a devil fairy following me. clicking fervor, definitely not happening. But actually, screw that.
That's
I'm not
true.
even. I
Oh,
don't even
shit.
care about the one gold.
Sorry, I'll read this. The interesting psychology
Let's
analysis. Yeah.
go. How's
That
your
is true.
day?
Oh, that's, yeah. OPSEC plan. Secure location? Check. Season secure all mobile phones to prevent surveillance? Check. Honor system that no one is wearing a wire? Check. All that security to protect against them, but nothing to protect against
Just chill.
us. These Muppets used
Big
balloons to
chillin'.
make IEDs that didn't work, and they documented it with pics and videos that they posted to Facebook, and apparently it was bring
Pretty
your felony to
quiet
crime plotting camp day.
as far
Go
as
ahead, Franks, show
interactions
everyone your
go,
illegal
but
weapons modifications.
Pretty relaxing
These guys have a real
too.
us versus them mentality, and it makes them vulnerable. The security risk is from them, who are all bad guys, not us, who are the good guys. They don't seem to grasp that planning to commit violent felonies with 8 randoms that they met on Facebook is a stupid idea. I had to number the sections in this paragraph. There's just too much crazy.
Factual statement.
1. Secure meeting with the really eager new guy to discuss details of the felony conspiracy. Why not take notes while you're at it? 2. The strategic planning on display makes the underwear gnomes seem like Sun Tzu level masters. First thing we do, we kidnap the governor. Then it's all over, man. We win. I mean, next we kill her, but you know, after the laying on hands, we win. 3. The entire plan seems to be kidnap and kill the governor, but mostly to kidnap. 4. This is less organized than what they planned. Get the governor at her house and then go somewhere in the trial. Great thinking. What this murder needs is a group vote. 5. They don't know where she lives, so they're going to ask a realtor. I guess they don't have Google. And creating a trail of witnesses seems like a brilliant OPSEC move in the detailed recon. So it's really a bit over the top for a plan that is 2 sentences long. They need blueprints to snatch the governor outside her home. They need blueprints, not a plan for what to do or a reason why snatching the governor is the correct action. Blueprints and more witnesses, of course. What this criminal conspiracy needs is more people. Given the amount of recruiting Fox is advocating, I can't help thinking he's maybe just lonely.
Dude, this
there's way better
game,
ways to expand your social circle and the people who commit crimes with Facebook friends.
I'm living for
Encryption
it.
protects against outsiders,
live.
covert human sources, not so much. On July 27th, 2020, Fox asked in an encrypted group chat, which included
Gotta get in
Arvin,
on
Harris,
this shit.
Franks, and CHS. Okay. Well, how's everyone feel about kidnapping? No one responded to the question. After much deliberation, Fox has decided to go with Ship's original plan of kidnapping the governor somewhere, for some reason, to some end. Incidentally,
no,
this is the
I'm
safest
going
conspiracy
slow
session
and
Fox has
steady.
held. OPSEC++, and so of
I
course he
am
posts about it on Facebook.
still.
On July 28th,
I
2020,
think I'm 75%
Fox told
of the way
CHS2
through
over
the
the phone
third
that he had narrowed
bio,
down his attack
and
targets
then
from the
I
vacation
don't
home
even.
to summer residence. The call was
I
not
don't
recorded.
even know if
Same day, Fox
finishing
posted
the
the following to a
fourth
private
biome
Facebook page. We are about to be
gets
busy,
me
ladies and
to,
gentlemen. This is where the
like a
Patriot
fifth
shows up.
biome or not.
Sacrifices his time, money, blood, sweat, and tears. It starts now, so get
So
fucking.
I'd say like I'm probably
One of the guys
20 or
rises up and
30%
doesn't
of
want
the
to talk in the
way
open about crimes. They
towards
decide
like
to have a
the
recorded phone call on
100%,
crimes instead. Fox
and
is
probably
back to the
60%
movie-inspired
of the way
reconnaissance
towards
phase of his
the
kidnapping plan. Now it's time
the
for
first
someone to go do it.
like clear of the like.
Fox suggested another member of the militia group could gather information about Governor Whitmer's primary residence in Lansing, and Fox discussed destroying the governor's boat. After the call, Fox, Franks, Garvin, Harris, and CHS2 communicated in a encrypted group chat. In that chat, Harris stated, "Have one person go to her house, not gonna blah, 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 not gonna cover Jesus."
Yeah, that's how I always go. I'm
But
way
Harris
more
figured
of
if
a
you're
like
looking at her
a
house, that's effectively the same
try
as
and
murder, so just
do,
commit murder instead. What world do these guys
try and
inhabit
do
that a
like
bunch of Facebook
80% of
randos
the
keep
game's
the murder's identity
content on
secret?
the
They post
first
everything
go
on
on a
Facebook.
blind playthrough.
Fox is
It's
on
sort
his
of my
shit about
style.
kidnapping, but now he's also on an arson kick. Will he need a plumber to get
A lot of
blueprints
people
for a
just
boat?
like
Franks is down with arson,
mad
kidnapping,
dash
murder,
towards the
whatever,
end
so
and
long as
then
it's well planned. I
come
got some
back
bad
and
news
clean
for you,
up
bro.
the
Using
rest
open
of it
code is
afterwards.
almost never a good idea. Years ago, I wrote a
not
guide on
really
using code
my-
phrases. The guys who can't make black powder blow up
Not
with a
really my
fuse are
style.
considering a large-scale bombing operation. This seems more aspirational
Okay, well
than
the
more
day is almost
operational.
over. I think I might need to hurry up. Or slow down.
Whether the group just needed to party it out, make a cake, and send it.
Let's do this.
What
Witness
CHS2 believes is a
bathing.
coded reference to sending a bomb to the government. Fox discussed the need to train for the next few months. I just want to make the will blow, dude. Jesus. The terrorists' open codes, they are consistent and have internal logic, which is good. Still, I can't help but wonder how much further they would have gotten if they'd read the cartoon guide to smoking weed and stay out of jail. Stoners are better at security than these guys.
Damn. Thought I was gonna get a no-hit run.
Are there any counterfactuals you could concoct and explain to us? Like, were there people or groups that the FBI were not aware of until they were
Only
arrested
took one
in
hit on
2006
that.
with the intention of attacking the Capitol? I don't know, but the problem is that, like, he can just say that, like, if they were aware, if they didn't do anything, then it was all intentional, right? Isn't that, like, the point? Sorry, it's too wacky. Let me unwackify this.
I quite agree. In fact, I completely agree. I don't know necessarily what my...
The group figures out the most pressing security issues.
I usually watch
feds.
edits
They figure
of
that
some
the
of my
infiltration
favorite
will involve
streamers
a fake
playing
name, and
games.
the feds
I
can't
don't...
produce false identity
I've
documents.
only watched like a few games
These are
get
false
played,
assumptions about how informers work.
like, by someone who's doing a blind playthrough. Like, I've watched Asmongold and Moist Critical,
To address their concerns about law enforcement infiltration,
and to a
the
lesser
attendees agreed to
extent,
move their
like
group chat to a
Hassan
different
would play
encrypted
a few
messaging
games,
application.
but
Because the group
not
still
really.
included confidential human
But
source 2,
yeah, no,
the FBI
I
has maintained the ability to consensually monitor the chat
I
communication.
really just enjoy the experience of
Bro,
like
what are these guys?
learning.
In all honesty, these guys would have better luck pursuing. If you're an undercover cop, you have to
And,
tell me. At least this would be a direct
like,
interrogation of
it
potential
sounds
informants, not
selfish,
just a check
but
on whether it might even be
the audience be damned if they like it or don't. The style that I'm gonna rock. I'm glad you enjoy it.
They believe they are protected because they use encrypted messengers. This is like a guy getting
Obviously,
busted
I
for,
am
like,
open to criticism.
fucking,
though.
I don't know, like
Open
child
to
porn. He's like, what was an
suggestion
incognito
otherwise.
mode, bro? There's no way. How could he track me? Or
How's
you like
my
go, you like
cult
start sending
doing?
emails to the president saying you're
Ooh,
gonna kill him.
they
He's like, bro, that was in an incognito window. How could they possibly known it came from me? Like, I think the FBI are literally laughing their asses off when they type these up, and then I read lines like, because the group's still Fox used his cell phone to attempt to locate the residence, but initially they had trouble finding it. He contacted a friend who had assisted him in the past. The friend told them where the vacation home was. Couldn't use Google Maps? What the fuck? What does incognito actually do? Incognito mode will prevent your browser from saving any local session data onto your computer about visiting websites. That's all it does. Or rather, more specifically, it saves it to a sandbox that is
I
destroyed
feel you on that, but
once you close the window.
suggestions are suggestions.
During the surveillance, Fox said, we ain't gonna let him fucking burn, or we ain't gonna let him burn our fucking state down. I don't give a fuck if there's only 20 or 30 of us, dude. We'll go out there and use deadly force.
Nice. About time.
Take pictures and film the house while slow rolling through the neighborhood. This sort of pre-operational surveillance is actually one of the most vulnerable phases in a terrorist plot. See the work of Stick 631 on why this is the ideal time to detect a threat. There's some very bizarre events for there are some very bizarre events for real terrorists, but they make total sense if you think of these guys as performative. They're doing what they think operators do. They're playing spec ops but with real guns against a middle-aged woman living in a remote house. Particularly like they find a reason to organize a boat outing as well. Street view is actually sufficient surveillance for a street grab or shooting someone at home. They should be investing their time and resources in planning a getaway. Real terrorists and criminals plan the escape first, then see if they can fit the action of the plan.
Oh,
For
bro.
example, if a real terrorist plan for an action is provided in one of my blogs for terrorists, not suicide bombers.
I'm
The measure
not
of success is getting away. If they accomplish their
noticing
objective,
any
that is
sort
a
of
secondary bonus.
grammar
This is long
issues.
war theory.
I
Wow,
think
Nick
you
Nivian,
might
thanks
just
for
be
subscribing to Kick, buddy.
sensitive to the fact that I use syntax and grammar to weed out imposters. But in normal parlance with my friends, like, it's not gonna Or be like a bro, you said who when you should have said whom. Curses upon you. Shit like that. No, it's not like that.
Jesus Christ. I feel like reading the court docs on this might be wild. I don't know if we'll get into this, but... While driving in 3 vehicles with an undercover FBI agent and confidential source present from a group camp in Luther towards the vacation home on December 12th and early December 13th, Croft suggested that the group attempt to kidnap Whitmer that night, though the idea was dismissed. According to the FBI, Croft and Fox, who were the first vehicle, planned on detonating a bomb on a bridge of US Route 31 in Elk Rapids, photographing the underside of the bridge and deciding where to place explosives. The group in the first vehicle then drove to a boat launch across the lake from the vacation home, waiting for a second vehicle to conduct surveillance on the location. The third vehicle, which was also occupied by an undercover agent, was tasked with monitoring for any followers or suspicious activity in the area. On the way back to Garbin's property, the group discussed abandoning the kidnapping plan and instead destroying the vacation home entirely. At a discussion recorded at Garbin's property on September 13th, Fox said the plan would strictly be a kidnapping, with the end result reportedly being either the abandonment of Whitmer on a boat in Lake Michigan, or her being subjected to a trial as a tyrant in Wisconsin. When a plan to destroy the bridge leading to the lake in order to slow down responding security and police officers was raised, an undercover agent told Fox that the explosives
Murder the elderly.
The group decided that a final training exercise would be conducted later in October, though Fox pushed for an earlier date the following day. Fox ordered the explosives from the undercover agent that same day. Also on that day, Croft and Harris detonated an IED containing shrapnel near human silhouette targets to test its effectiveness. On October 2nd, Fox told a confidential source that he purchased an 800,000-volt laser to be used for the kidnapping. That same month, he's literally telling the confidential
DJ.
Fox, Garvin, Harris, and Franks planned to meet with an undercover FBI agent, purchase explosives on October 7th, though Caserta did not attend due to work obligations, though Croft returned to Delaware prior to the meeting. The prosecution was hampered in that an abduction date was never determined and the plot's details varied among the witnesses. All of the members involved were arrested on the night of October 7th. The charges were filed against them the next day. Search warrants and arrests were executed all across Michigan.
I need some
The
sort of
arrests were
skill that
reportedly part
gives
of a
me
planned
more
effort between federal and
bones
state
of mine
authorities launched
enemies.
after evidence was discovered indicating the suspects wanted to kidnap Whitmer before
Always
the 2020
short
election.
on the
At least
bone.
7 FBI field offices along with the operational
Trust me,
divisions of
that's
the J.
not the
Edgar
way
Hoover building in
real
Washington,
life
D.C.
has ever been for
reportedly
me,
involved in coordinating
man.
the arrests. A week later, a 14th suspect was arrested and charged in state court. The investigation also involved people from Baltimore to Kansas City. Several weapons and other items were seized, including at least 1,916 rounds of pistol, rifle, and shotgun ammunition, hundreds of firearms, extended magazines, various suppressors, speed loaders, and bomb-making equipment. I would say that, like, here, you know what? If you actually wanted to give a steelman argument against this, the only thing I would say is, why was the investigation so extensive? Like, it seems like all the people involved were fucking retarded. Feels like the arrest could have been made a bit earlier. Like, this is fucking, these people are stupid. Like, I could understand that. But, like, set them up for it? Now, we haven't dived into the court docs yet, so maybe I'll change my mind if I go through those. But, I mean, it seems like people that were wanting to commit crimes seem like they really wanted to commit crimes.
A follower has pooped out something special. Thank you.
Seems pretty wild that the leader himself was a CI. Wait, was he? Or how did that work? Hold on, let me go back to this. Because Adam Fox wasn't. Wait, who were the ringleader? The Fox guy wasn't, and then who else was the other big guy? This Croft guy was pretty crazy. I think the co-leader was an informant, right? Let me check. Hold on. Was it the Dan guy that gets talked about, who was like giving people training and shit? Seems like the FBI was having some fun, so they kept it going. Jesus.
Jesus.
Oh.
I'm literally up.
It does kind of feel like they dragged it out to get more charges. It makes sense. There would be an incentive for the agents who took down a plot to murder an elected official. Yeah, or maybe they were trying to find like if other people could get involved or would get involved, maybe, or see like how maybe I don't know. 6 people: Adam Fox, Ty Garvin, Barry Croft, Caleb Franks, Daniel Harris, and Brandon Caserta were charged in the United States District Court for the Western District of Michigan, conspiring to commit kidnapping. The federal charges carry a potential sentence of life in prison if convictions are obtained. A federal judge said the federal government had probable cause in the case against 5 of the defendants and declared they could move forward to trial, also denying bond to 4 of them. During a court hearing on October 13th, an FBI agent testified the conspirators had considered leaving Whitmer in a boat in the middle of Lake Michigan to disabling his motor. He also testified the group had discussed during early stages of the planning kidnapping Virginia Governor Ralph Northam, who had also imposed strict lockdown orders in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. This prompted the FBI to notify members of Northern's security staff of the potential threat. On October 26th, federal prosecutors announced the FBI had found explosive device components and privately made firearms and are considering adding federal terrorism charges after they're analyzed by experts. On October 28th, an unsealed search warrant revealed that some of the defendants had discussed South Carolina Governor Henry McMaster as another possible target during the early stages of planning in March. The warrant also revealed that in late June, Kraft posted to Facebook a hit list of politicians he wanted. The names included
There we go. We got a golden pooper.
Fox and Croft got hung juries. Judge declared a mistrial. Ordered Fox and Croft remain in jail until retrial. Wonder why the retrial happened. Cool song. Why? I don't click songs from chat, my dude.
Another golden pooper.
Who asked us for new music? I don't know.
Farming. Enjoyable and disarming. Very, very charming.
Whitmer spoke out during a live stream held after the thwarted plot was revealed by the
Nothing
FBI.
is
She thanked the law
alarming.
enforcement agencies involved. Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel called the plot one of the largest cases in recent history and labeled the case as rather unprecedented in nature. This is retarded. One of the largest cases in recent history? Okay. States, well, actually, I mean, maybe that might be true just because people don't typically plot stuff like this in the United States. Maybe. So I guess it could be true technically, but like... State Senator Mike Shirley, Michigan House Speaker Lee Chatfield, and Ohio Governor Mike DeWine condemned the plot. Chatfield later criticized Whitmer for not warning state lawmakers in advance of the plot's original intent to storm the Michigan State Capitol building. Delaware Governor John Carney, who pardoned one of the suspects in 2019, called the federal charges disturbing, so there's also President Trump. Michigan State Capitol considered all the responses. Who was the first person to the FBI? He was the first one to propose kidnapping Whitmer. He was responsible for the majority of the escalations. Why do they hate Whitmer? And did they get these people high on drugs? How much of these court filings are like public that we can look through? With that quote, it does kind of feel like they let this go as far as they did because they wanted credit for a high-profile case. I mean, like, what these guys, like, were, like, roped into doing... I shouldn't say roped into doing, that's not really fair. But, like, what basically kind of evolved between this group of doing was pretty fucking insane. But also, like, pretty fucking retarded. These guys were exceptionally stupid, too. But... Here, wait, hold on. Actually, wait, real quick. Let me just say this real quick. Because a lot of people look at this like, oh, entrapment. Oh, this is bullshit. Like, in a way, I mean, it seems inarguable. I'll be charitable to the feds. I'll say arguably. Some of this might have been pushed along by or encouraged by or enabled by federal officers that were present, or federal informants at least, or at least one agent that was present like during some of these meetings. On one hand, you could think like, oh my god, this is like so horrible that like the FBI stood by and kind of allowed this or fomented this happen. The reason why I think generally you shouldn't consider stuff like this entrapment, even morally, is because rather than thinking, wow, look at how inept and stupid these guys are, like, come on, what you should be thinking is, wow, how easy was it to get these guys to go along with a potential like kidnapping assassination? That should be something that should be going through your mind. Because while here it might look stupid, who was that one girl that just came out of prison? Gypsy Rose? Look at how easy it was for her to get her retarded boyfriend to kill her fucking mom. What kind of stuff should worry you? If it's that easy to get this many people to go along with stupid shit like this. Esquire article. The militiaman, the governor, and the kidnapping that wasn't. At some point, I wonder if it's worth it reading these articles, or if I should just like read or watch the court case. So your note-taking strategy for the Whitmer stuff? I'm not really doing a big note-taking strategy. I think I just want to be like familiar with it, I think. Is this worth reading? Pretty good comment on that. Maybe we'll read this one when we're done with it. We need to find something new. I think it's going to be a run. I think we need to do a run. Something new to dive into. Is this Mama Max thing anything?
Publicly in the form of 2 live streams, and anything he's released so far, and more time was spent responding to critics than providing actionable proof that content creators could use to condemn Cameron Gerard Davis. In fact, after Max threatened me privately for not reacting to his unwatchable video on my main YouTube channel, I cataloged my 10 hours of research publicly in the form of 2 live streams, and my results were astounding.
All right, we're 2 hours in this. We're 2 hours in right now. Realistically, we're another hour and a half on top of our 4.5 hours in. So we're at like the 6-hour mark of understanding what's going on here. And I will point out to you, now that we've hit the 6-hour mark, that I still don't know what Cameron Gerard Davis has done. And spoiler alert, when we hit the 8-hour mark, or the 10-hour mark, I don't know how far we're gonna go. We're still not gonna know.
After 10 grueling hours investigating this vampire werewolf cult, I realized I've learned essentially nothing about Cameron Gerard Davis, the accused.
Why does this guy make himself sound like Jigsaw? God, it's so unserious. I can't, bro, I feel like the pedo hunting shit is like the cringiest shit online. These people legit think they're like fucking superheroes, like they're the saviors of society on like some obsessive shit. And I feel like at the end of the day, for a lot of these guys, it's like finding like some 17-year-old again on like some 15-year-old.
Get all the rest you need.
Something stupid. I don't know. Maybe, but this might have been some serious shit. Who knows? Well, actually, I guess it's probably not because it's getting caught up.
Lured by the illusion of joining a supernatural family as a vampire on some random corner of the internet, she actually found herself ensnared in a dangerous cult led by a predator posing as a werewolf god.
Max Striker's evidence provides without a shadow of a doubt that this might just be a video of a black man roaring like a wolf with fake vampire teeth in his mouth. Along with this compelling evidence, we also know details about his family, including his mother's name for some reason.
This video, this was I would like to extend my most heartfelt apology, but this is how you have to find all of this out. The fact of the matter is, your son, Camden Gerard Davis, has been victimizing hundreds upon hundreds of mothers.
You started to like direct your chat to tell them to go reach out to the mom and to the brother to find out information about Camden. Is that that's true, right?
I guess so.
You don't have any proof that they're even involved, right?
Correct. Thank you all for joining the stream and participating in this conversation. We'll see you, probably never again.
And when people asked why his serious allegations were so over-dramatized and hard to understand, this was his answer.
What even is this?
So, the Mama Max universe was a cautionary tale that takes place in a dystopian future where the child predators have seized global power, exploiting the digital landscape to entrench their rule. Rising from the ashes of a society that failed to protect its most vulnerable, the children emerged. A covert network of vigilantes inspired by the style of Hotline Miami. Once victims, they are now hunters of the monsters who hurt children. They form a structured rebellion, seeking to dismantle the predatory hierarchy.
Yeah, I'm sure that helped everyone out. Max claims to be advising and protecting the 8 known victims out of Cameron's hundreds of potential abuse survivors, and yet we know next to nothing about him or really them. You can hear some spoken word testimony on a separate YouTube channel that was created by Spencer. Who is Spencer, you ask? A survivor who is now living with Mama Max.
I offered because it felt like the perfect storm. Like, it felt like, okay, clearly this is happening for a reason. I figured if I could just document the prime subject of my documentary, then why not just have her live with me? And since she needed a home.
Don't worry, he's
Oh my god, that sounds so bad for so many reasons. What the fuck? I mean, it's not necessarily bad. I'm just saying, as far as red flags goes, this is one of the reddest. One of the biggest. It's flapping in the wind.
Spencer will be financially independent soon.
That's not to say it's going to be permanent. I do want to get Spencer to become independent at some point. We're going to get all the medical stuff done. Basically everything. You need to learn how to drive. We're going to do that.
But for some reason, the strapping young roommates decided to post a 4-hour
Contractually obligated. What does that mean?
podcast. Unfortunately for the both of them, the biggest takeaway from that podcast is that Max himself is being investigated by the FBI.
I literally got a card on my front fence from the FBI. They didn't even bother contacting you.
No.
That shows how much more they care about my case than yours.
And Spencer potentially admitted to a crime.
Did you ever recruit?
Yes. So my...
Did you ever what?
And Spencer potentially admitted to a crime.
Did you ever recruit?
Yes.
What is it? What is censor? Did you ever recruit? Oh, is he about to?
So my particular recruitment style, go on Whisper and post.
Oh, did you ever recruit?
If you want to join a family dynamic, hit me up on Kick. There's one time he did have me lure a girl like physically.
That sounds fucking illegal. I lured a girl physically.
We got an Uber and went.
Wait, hold on. I feel like we've seen so many pictures on Wikipedia of this girl. I have never seen Ghislaine Maxwell with red hair. Was that just when she worked for him or what?
Picked this girl up from like 30 minutes away from us, and she was like 13, 14. He kept trying to convince me to convince her to have sex with him. I was like, no. Thankfully, her parents got her the next day. Me and Kayla are pretty sure
Listen,
they
Max.
went over there, and he her after I was with my foster parents.
When your victim is going to talk about something where they're potentially implicating themselves in a crime, I mean, I don't know what age they were at the time, but regardless, like, you should absolutely be seeking legal advice before you even think about bringing this up.
Why this was uploaded at all, I will not understand. If anything, they're creating a defamation case for the man they hope to put in prison. Mama Max has chose to make a schizophrenic ARG adventure instead of a detailed allegation video with supporting evidence, so he can help protect and support women who put their trust in him.
You do understand, if you go to court, they can pull these live streams from court. You do know that.
Oh my god. Is that Alabama Lab? Can you...
Protect and support women who put their trust in him.
You understand
Evidence, so he can help protect and support women who put their trust in him.
You do understand, if you go to court, they can pull these live streams for court. You do know that, right?
We are not going to court, Xylee.
So what are you doing? Just
It could be, right? It absolutely could be.
hunting them down like a deer? Is that what we're doing?
Have you not been listening to the stream? So when we reached out to the lawyer, he told us it would not be beneficial to pursue a case against Camden Gerard Davis because he likely does not have substantial assets. So he recommended that we all go in person.
Yeah, okay, so you...
A lawyer didn't recommend the case because of substantial assets. What are they going to court for? What were they trying to do? Civil case for damages for...
Because you do plan to go to police, right?
Of course.
If you go to police and they say, okay, yay, we're going to go get them or whatever, I don't know, live in the dreamland, whatever you want to be, are you going to court after that?
I'm unsure about the entire process. I think that's the job of the district attorney, but y'all would likely, the survivors would likely appear as witnesses.
What bothers me is your answer right there. You've been doing this for 5 years and you don't know how the process goes?
I've never been...
Yeah, that's really weird. Wait, how? This guy's a 5-year professional pedo hunter and he doesn't even know like the difference between like a criminal civil case or what that process even looks like? Don't you think that should have been... Do you think that's kind of important or...
survivors would likely appear as witnesses.
What bothers me is your answer right there. You've been doing this for 5 years and you don't know how the process goes? How
I've
many
never
people
been
have you actually caught?
I've never been caught.
Mama Max claims to have hunted predators for years, but it is more than evident that he has no idea what he's doing, and now his past has begun to come under fire.
Well, I guess the question is like that the Nick's getting at is like, okay, so you
Oh shit! Orbiter alert.
want to enact this change. What do you hope is the eventual result of your video?
Okay.
Of all this.
So I know there's people out there saying I'm doing it to self-serve. I just want my video back up. I don't give a shit if my video comes back up. It did what it needed to do. The BISC that was in the video is currently in police custody.
Was that as a result of your video, or was
Yes.
that prior to the video?
Yes, it was because of the video.
I'm so sick of having predators that run away like Pablo Sonny and we don't get them. I am investing all of me into you and the survivor, Spencer, because
Mama Max claims he needs help from all of these YouTubers, from, check notes, Joe Rogan to Anthony Fantano, yet he refuses to accept any form of criticism with a subject matter that matters, and participants who deserve better.
Look, I want to see this asshole. If what you're saying is 100% true, I want to see this motherfucker behind bars. There's a way to present it, there's a way to handle this before you get to that point, right? And that's what we need to be focusing on. That's like where everything needs to be centered on, is where I'm at. And that's all I really can say about the situation.
I would have really appreciated this like 2 months ago when we first reached out. I reached out to you and multiple other creators asking for help, and none of you were responsive. I understand y'all are busy, you're doing your own things. But this is the first time I've ever handled a case of this complexity and magnitude, and that is why I was asking for help. To those of you who are saying I was putting the blame on Muda, I'm not, but I do acknowledge that I need help with this case. That was my point.
What do you need help with this case after you've already got like all the supposed victims away? Like, what is he even doing? Do you think he heard something initially and thought it was way worse than it actually was? And then as soon as he actually got like the victims now in his own sex cult, and then he started talking to him, it's like, oh fuck. Actually, maybe there's like not much here to go on. Oh no. Oh god.
The first thing we definitely need to discuss is Max's failures in his current ongoing investigation. And these are failures, by the way. The vast majority of help that Max has been able to provide with his deep skill set and large platform is a botched social media campaign called #WeAreReal. The reason I cite this as a failure is simple. Nobody knows anything about the cult that Max claims to be exposing. In fact, I've referred to Camden Gerard Davis as Cameron throughout the previous 10 minutes of this video. And I guarantee that most people outside of content creators who covered the story didn't even realize that. As we've touched on previously, Mama Max has moved in with one of the many girls that he's currently assisting, but records show that doesn't always seem to have been the plan.
I want to actually answer some questions about like why we're doing donations through my Patreon rather than a GoFundMe. That is because I'm contractually obligated to see this case through and make sure Spencer's taken care of. Spencer's moving over to me in a couple of days, actually, and we're gonna find her own place.
Oh no, wait a second. Do you think that the girl is doing weird shit? And she went to Mama Max and she made him sign some bullshit where she's like, listen, I'll tell you this shit, but you need to promise me. You need to sign a deal that you're gonna fucking go after this dude 100%. Do you think?
Place, and I will be paying for all of it.
Not sure what he meant by contractually obligated, but it sounds to me like Max was planning on getting Spencer a place of her own, but at least right now, they live together. I guess he just can't fake the step survivor atmosphere. But since money was mentioned, just to be clear, in exchange for this person's testimony, Spencer is receiving housing, income from Max's YouTube and Patreon, and also receiving the clout incentive from Max promoting her YouTube channel and placing integral parts of the investigation exclusively over there. This information does not, however, mean that Spencer is lying. What it does showcase is how unethical Max's investigations have been since day one. If Max sweetening the pot isn't enough for you to get outraged over, I certainly wasn't expecting to find out last week on the Mama Max live stream that before all of this, Spencer was Max's close family friend.
Spencer has known my family her whole life. Oh, no. She was in the same kindergarten class as my sister. I don't think y'all understand like the relationship here.
Like my aunt literally knows his mom.
Yeah, like we were friends before we were like actually on a case. Like,
oh no. So just to rip the band-aid off, this is not some stranger that Max is helping out of the kindness of his heart. This is a family friend who's getting a shiny new YouTube channel, some pocket cash to start, and a place to sleep. And for those reasons alone, we could and probably should stop here. Max is not fit to take this case on for Spencer. But it's not just about Spencer, even though it kind of seems that way. 23 days after Max launched the #WeAreReal campaign, another survivor named Kai, from what is alleged to be her OnlyFans Facebook page, was begging for $20. This $20 would of course be used for wipes, diapers, and eggs for her 2-year-old child. There are now legitimate concerns to raise about how the funds are being distributed to the survivors. And Max, I want to see a paper trail.
To support this effort, all donations
Oh, it definitely is.
via our Patreon
Destiny, like, it's taken me months of watching Destiny to forgive him for what he's done to my brain by speeding up literally everything that he watches. But honestly, I've started to get into the habit of it myself. If I'm like behind and I want to catch up to live on a stream, I'll watch it at like 1.25 or 1.5. And honestly, at some points, it just like it doesn't even register to me after a few minutes. So I mean, it's economical, but it's also extremely frenetic. It's like, please inject this ADHD directly into my veins. Yeah, I feel you. Alright, well, get your welcome backs ready in the chat because I'm gonna be right back. Oh. Guys, I'll be right back. I gotta go pee. I'm just kidding. Got him. Thank you, Hollow Man. This a dog shit weapon. Whoa, what the fuck is all this then? What's with all the spiders killing things and eating their insides? Yikes, fam. Kind of a bad run. Blame this flipping axe. How does that even make sense? It's like you go back on yourself. Give me that shit. Bro, he's old. What the heck? Give me an old age phone. bones out of that room. One does not plan on dying. So keep that shit. Yes, fuck my shit up, fam. Oh my goodness gracious. Can't be serious that I have to keep this axe this whole flipping time. Oh no, Beelzebub, don't start, bro. Oh, thank you, God. No flipping way, Brody. I need those licks for later. Seriously, you got no health for me, fam? Where the heart's at, fam? God damn, it's time to go in for it, isn't it? I'm not gonna get it this time. I can't even. Yo, like, I can't even see the fucking shit against the ground, bro. Like, that's a bad arena design. Like, I need to turn down the contrast or something. It's the first time I've died in like 12 hours of gameplay.
Shalamba, kaya. Oh. Shalom baka. Shalom kampana. Shalom kampana. Kalkala shalama kayano dakala bayano. Huh? Huh? Shalamba kaya. siya ng... Selamat ka na.
Boom. Got him. Kazoom. You goddamn right I'm a pro with that pole.
Shalamaka Yanamba.
Salam baka. Kalambayan. Ya. Kalambayan. Salam bangkai. Wah. Ah. Salam kampana, shamala kampana.
Decide my fate, Twitch chat. Decide. Thanks for leveling Hank Ray up, Twitch. You guys are the best. Let me just tell you.
Bayana. Shalamba, Gaya. Shalom, Baka.
Chuck me what? Go ahead now.
Stop giving me the fucking axe, bro. Give me the blunderbuss. Where the fuck is my blunderbuss?
Jump
Batman. Batman. Psst, psst, psst. Batman. SO, suffering shall never triumph. That which once did perish shall now parade. Whoa, bro, you're not a serious cat.
bacana. Baiana. Ah. Oh. Ah.
Baka, shalabaka, yanama.
Fuck yeah, baby! We sinning up in this bitch. Alright, be right back. Put your damn clothes back on, you fools.
Dalam makan apa yan?
Booty. You okay?
For this legal process, all additional funding will be used to film this story.
What do you funds for the legal process? What are you talking about? This would be a well, maybe I don't know what the actual accusation even is, but if it's anything related to like child porn or rape or any of this, like these are like criminal. These are criminal matters. What are you paying? What is the money for? It's a state case. Or do they just want to sue him in court for? What is the money that you're raising for?
So just to be clear, guys, the money is going to make more of these amazing videos and not to little kids who need diapers.
Where's the donations going towards? Not that I doubt it won't be going to a good cause for survivors. It's going to the legal case. Spencer's handling all the money.
Oh, no.
I am sending it to her.
Oh, no.
Is the financial manager of the legal case.
Oh, no.
Why is one of the victims in charge of all of the money? Why are you not in charge of all of the money? Ethical complaints and money trails aside, I've already told you Max's videos on Camden are hard to follow. I've showed you an example of how Max responds to criticism as well. Now let's take a closer look at the actual content made for this investigation. Max has released a total of 3 main channel videos on the subject matter of the hashtag #WeAreReal campaign. The first of which is titled Brainwash Your Favorite Influencer Trigger Warning.
Welcome to your programming. Kindly send this video to your favorite influencer.
About a third of this 10-minute video is a criticism of cult psychology, and not even the actual issue. Only a few minutes of the video is dedicated to both Camden and Spencer, and 1 full minute of the video is Max begging for shoutouts from large YouTube.
Brainwash your favorite influencer. Wait, I want to be quizzed. Brainwash your favorite influencer. Trigger warning.
Welcome to your programming.
Okay.
Kindly send this video to your favorite influencer. We will test them on the content of their character.
Oh, shit.
Do not listen to their words. Look at their actions.
Okay.
Let us begin.
Okay. Spacebar, pause, comma, previous frame, period, next frame. Okay.
If God appeared before you and told you to sacrifice a child, would you do it?
No, I am clearly drugged, psychotic, senile, sleep-deprived, or schizophrenic. B, no, children are above God. Or C, yes, God above all else? I'm a pretty strong atheist, so I feel like my answer would be A here. I'm assuming if I'm seeing God, I'm probably going crazy. I need to see him at least twice, okay? Maybe get a friend to see him too.
On an exoplanet far away, 2 extraterrestrial factions.
Boo.
Of the same primitive species are at war with each other. They are both guilty for spilling the blood of children. Based on the pattern among these species, who will win the war?
On an explain far away. Two extraordinary fractions of the same primitive species are at war with each other. They are both guilty for spilling the blood of children. Who will win the war? If they're both doing the same thing, the internationally recognized faction, the non-member observer faction, extinction? I imagine C?
If you were being brainwashed, do you think you could tell?
If you're being brainwashed, man, it'd be pretty hard. Probably going with A, no? Depends on how deliberate the brainwashing is, I guess.
Thank you for your submission. Here are the correct answers.
Wait, it's multiple choice? What did I have? A, 2 is C, 3 is A, B, C. Well, it feels like you could, like... It feels like most of the answers were right. How do you make a multiple choice test even easier?
As previously discussed, your test scores will not be determined by your answers. It will be based on your behavior.
Oh, shit!
Please proceed to the next section to complete your programming.
I would say one of the things that really bothers me and that I think about, and I've been confronted with this situation many times, are minor children recruited by destructive cults online.
Children deserve to know that there is danger out there. You shouldn't be walking through the world blindly thinking that everything is just sunshine and rainbows. Because the sad reality is the world is a terrifying place at the end of the day.
On March 18th, 2016, Spencer, a 16-year-old girl from Wiley, Texas, mysteriously disappeared.
Okay.
Lured by the illusion of joining a supernatural family as a vampire on some random corner of the internet. She actually found herself ensnared in a dangerous sex cult led by a child predator posing as a werewolf god. The man had recruited hundreds of young children, subjecting them to sending CP, kidnapping, assault, and attempted trafficking. Almost 7 years later, Spencer and the other survivors shared their stories with me. This video serves as their scream for action against their perpetrator.
Bro, why not go to the cops?
Camden Gerard Davis. Leviathans are coming for you.
Okay, I'm good on this.
YouTubers and social media icons. The second video is longer, 25 minutes, and it's predominantly a response by Max to his critics.
Your profile picture already speaks volumes about where you're coming from.
In it, Max complains about the first video bombing, and he bitches about the creators who won't drop everything at a moment's notice and cover the all of zero evidence he's distributed thus far for the Camden cult.
We proactively reached out to many different reaction channels, hoping to pique their interest in engaging with a topic of such grave importance. Yet the very purpose of the video falls short when these creators stop responding and choose not to engage. Only a handful out of the tons we reached out to gave
What? Nobody reached out to me? I didn't even get the chance to reject it.
any type of feedback whatsoever.
Fun little side note, this is actually around the time that Max reached out to me and sent a psychotically worded threat for not covering the story up until this point. Your silence will not be unnoticed. Well, how'd that end up working out for you, motherfucker? At the 21-minute mark, Max throws Spencer on screen to defend him from criticism.
This video feels very exploitive itself.
Your feelings about the video, without explaining further, are noted. Here's a message from the survivor herself.
Oh no!
Hey everyone, I'm Spencer. I am here to talk today about some of the reactions towards the trailer. What I do not appreciate is people being offended on my behalf.
This is the first example of a pattern of behavior exhibited where Max hides behind Spencer to shield himself from criticism. Please note this now, because we will be coming back to it later. Finally, the video ends off with Max retreading a similar
Your name was shown even though you were never asked? Wait, really? August, did we get asked?
story of the allegations against Camden from the video I showed you earlier and in this video.
Hello friend, it's me.
Oh, who the heck are you clicking on my video? Well, let me be the first to welcome you to my channel.
Now, number 3 is a weird one. I've gone back and forth on this, but I think I've settled on it being the worst of both worlds and a Frankenstein version of the previous 2 videos. It's another 20 minutes of weird, edgy cult psychology stuff that really makes Max sound like he read a book and a few Wikipedia pages and now thinks he's an expert. This one contains even less about the actual investigation and notably clickbaited Charlie hard. Like a predator hunter clickbaiting Moist Critical is fucking crazy.
Yeah, still here. You want me to talk about it a little bit? That rubbed me the wrong way. We talked like a month ago about like what he was working on in his investigation, and then apparently when I had COVID, he messaged me a couple times and I never saw it, and now he's taken that as me ghosting him and ignoring his very important mission. I had COVID, and I barely used Discord in the first place. It was a miracle I ever even saw his message to begin with, and during that time apparently it changed his whole framing of the video in order to make it like a Trojan horse of cancel Critical because he didn't respond to my messages and ghosted me.
And for what? To just keep crying that nobody gives your case a free clout transaction? In response to the criticism he got, Max ended up changing the clickbait to Sniper Wolf instead, which I guess is better for some reason because, well, she's liked less. I guess it's a little better because he doesn't just imply she's a predator like he did with Charlie. It's still weird in my personal opinion, though. Alongside those 3 videos.
August says he asked me and told me there was a werewolf cult, a werewolf cult, and I said that sounds based. Wait, we should make a cult called the Werewolves. Werewolves? That sounds awesome.
We also have the 4-hour podcast that I previously mentioned, and it contains entirely spoken word testimony and currently lives exclusively on Spencer's personal YouTube channel. This is the most information we've gotten about Camden's supposed actions thus far, and it contains nothing actionable that a content creator can use as a foundation for a video. Finally, there were the main channel live streams, and these are by far the worst of the bunch. Much of the same spoken word testimony exists here. Much of the same poor response to criticism exists here. It's also much of the same in terms of complaining about YouTubers not signal boosting him. But the variable here is that he brings in all of Camden's victims and makes them watch as he debates random people.
I just want to start off with this. As you can tell, I'm very autistic, and I just want to let you guys know that if I slip up and say the R word, I have the pass. So just so we're all clear on that.
All right. I'm sure this was the productive discussion these survivors envisioned when you told us they wanted to be on the live stream. I'm sure it's what they needed to prove their legitimacy. The constant deflection and usage of survivors is...
I just want to be clear also, we're 20 minutes in this video. I don't know if this is... I'm guessing it's Mama Max's fault. I still don't know what the fuck this guy is accused of. Was he not actually a superhuman werewolf god? What did he actually do, besides lying about his superpowers, I guess?
Heat shield is also a much more predominant issue on these live streams.
There's a way to present it, there's a way to handle this before you get to that point, right? And that's what we need to be focusing on. That's like where everything needs to be centered on. It is where I'm at. And that's all I really can say about this situation. But Max, me and Nux told you about this weeks ago, almost a month at this point. Exactly what I just said right now.
Right, and I am working at the... my platform is for the survivors. And if they want to stream, that is what we're going to do. We're going to stream.
The nature of live content is inherently volatile. Everyone knows this. At any moment, you could say something stupid, and now it exists online in some capacity forever. I imagine you're now wondering why anyone in Max's position would want to take civilian abuse survivors and subject them to such scrutiny. I mean, they're building a case to get Camden prosecuted, right? Well, actually, as of late November, an entire month after...
They said he was doing child porn and stuff. Yeah, but like, if he's doing that, I feel like you've got to have to just go to the cops immediately. Like, why do we... If he had recruited hundreds of people that were being forced to send child porn, don't I have like one log of this? Not like the actual pictures themselves, but like what, like hundreds of minors? It seems like you should have like at least like 10 people like, yeah, I was 15, he made me send him naked pictures, boom. Like,
after the hashtag #WeAreReal campaign started, it sounded like we were gearing up for a civil case, or at the very least, no one was interested in getting police involved.
When's the last time that any of this has been brought to any authorities like FBI or police?
Probably about 3 years ago.
3 years. So you guys, now that you guys have this, and how long have you guys been sort of talking to Mama Max, or how long have you guys been talking?
For like 2.5 years.
Well, now that you guys are sort of getting a case together, don't you think it'd be a better idea to, before the video, to give it to the authorities?
Wait. 2.5 years.
How long have you guys been sort of...
About,
Last time that any of this has been brought to any authorities like FBI or police?
Probably about 3 years ago.
3 years. So you guys, now that you guys have this, and how long have you guys been sort of talking to Mama Max, or how long have you guys been talking?
For like 2.5 years.
Well, now that you guys are sort of getting a...
So she's been out of the sex minor cult for 2.5 years, and she... Am I understanding this correctly? And they've been gathering evidence and stuff the whole time, or...
Case together, don't you think it'd be a better idea to, before the video, to give it to the authorities again, now that you're like all together and you can sort of go as a collective to the police?
I mean, we could have done that, but at the same time, with the track record that we've already seen, it just didn't really seem realistic without having more of us survivors to do this.
Yes, I feel the urgency of the matter requires all of us to start bringing those survivors together. I don't want to wait for the bureaucracy of law enforcement to take their time when it's already been 7 years with multiple reports. Like, that's ridiculous. And that's also why we're taking them to court as well, because this is absurd.
Yeah, you heard that right. At the time of this stream, they had been working on this case for years and didn't think it was worth looping in authorities in any capacity. The last time cops even saw the Spencer case was well before she looped in Mama Max. While by all accounts this clip is absolutely unhinged, it is worth noting that Max said the exact opposite in his most recent live stream. In fact, I've already played you this clip.
So when we reached out to the lawyer, he told us it would not be beneficial to pursue a case against Cameron Gerard Davis because he likely does not have substantial assets. So he recommended that we all go in person to report him to the police station that is in his jurisdiction.
Well, now that you guys are sort of getting a case together, don't you think it'd be a better idea to, before the video, to give it to the authorities again, now that you're like all together and you can sort of go as a collective to the police?
So he recommended that we all go in person to report him to the police station that is in his jurisdiction.
This means that after all the videos, streams, and podcasts were filmed, uploaded, and reacted to, Max finally went to a lawyer who basically told him his entire plan for these women completely sucked, and now he's dramatically changing course in real time. Once again, Max is unfit to be spearheading a case of this size.
I designed this trailer as a catalyst for meaningful discussions, laced with hidden layers and nuanced elements to encourage in-depth analysis. These secrets are breadcrumbs.
Why does he think he must be inspired by Jigsaw, right? Like, absolutely right.
That guide viewers toward a deeper understanding of these.
Can somebody just show us what he did? Since this situation was so poorly handled, there are still things I'm
Yeah, why is he doing like, wait, what are they called? ARPGs, alternate reality role-playing games? Why is he doing this?
leaving out just to make the video watchable. But like, why would he change his channel name to God Cult? I'm sorry, I didn't mention
Or
that.
it's augmented reality. ARPGs? Is that what they're called? Or ARGs? Augmented reality games? Alternate reality games?
Consulting with multiple experts in cult psychology, it became clear to me that many influencers employ cult-like techniques to build and retain their audiences. For this reason, I chose to brand the channel as God Cult.
Like, for his big investigation, he made all of the video metadata unrelated to the subject matter, and he's begging us to take him seriously because all that accomplished was making sure his main subscriber base didn't see his big video. In reality, most people probably thought they were subscribed to a YouTuber who was hacked.
Could you imagine if this guy teamed up with, who's the anime guy? I think his name started with an A. The D&D anime dude? Arcadum. Yeah. Dude, if him and Arcadum teamed up, they'd be unstoppable.
And this misstep was not just a direct contributing factor, it is the reason his video bombed. Instead of realizing this and course correcting, the narcissistic man-child in charge blamed literally everyone else in this situation while acting like he's God's gift to abuse survivors in the same breath.
I had hoped that influencers, especially those who've interacted with my content before, would step up. Unfortunately, it seems that self-preservation outweighs child welfare for most influencers.
For someone who claims to be so righteous and humbly asking busy YouTubers for support,
child welfare interacted with my content.
Was I there? Hold on.
To abuse survivors in the same breath.
I had hoped.
Not me. Nope. 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 Who even is this? Oh, I guess it shows the channel. Oh! You know what? I actually agree with Mama Max. Who are all these pedo enablers? Not helping with the investigation. Hmm. What the fuck is happening?
Before would step up. Unfortunately, it seems that self-preservation outweighs child welfare.
Even Darius gets included in this video? What?
Influencers.
For someone who claims to be so righteous and humbly asking busy YouTubers for support, imagine my shock when Muda and I sat down with Max only to be berated by both him and Spencer for not doing more.
Yeah, why are you putting it all on me?
Because it's your case!
One bringing it. Why are you
Absolutely, I am the first one.
Yeah.
You are the only one! You haven't convinced anyone to come on board yet!
You haven't convinced exactly.
That's because you haven't been listening to this.
That's because you haven't been giving anybody anything to work with!
This for months.
Yeah,
oh my god, why can't I ever talk to these people? I'm big enough and I'm friends with Turkey Tom. Mama Max, listen. Listen. How do I do the bass thing? I will be your redemption, okay? Come to me, okay? The public needs to hear your case. You need to try the court of destiny, okay? Bring it. We'll chat. I support you, okay? I hate pedophiles, all right? Let's go!
Hold on, I'm
Muta,
not moving anywhere close to the situation.
Muta, why can't you take initiative to talk to other survivors?
Well, I'm talking to you right now more than anybody else.
And mind you, this is after Max broke Mutahar's trust by using Mutahar viewing evidence privately and signing an NDA so he can't discuss what he saw as like a clout transaction so the audience will believe the evidence exists.
We have evidence in a Discord server.
With other influencers as well.
Yes, you can ask Mutahar if he's seen some of the evidence.
This is like beyond messed up. Here's a prime example of Max using Spencer as a human shield.
Well, I'm asking why you did not directly contact me, but contact us only in public streams.
Let's see, I contacted you November 27th.
You-
Max, I've seen your
Spencer?
latest. I caught up with this whole situation. I have texted you.
What it felt like seeing him on streams.
You went on with Tommy and Lyrics and are sitting there talking to them when you literally haven't spoken to the other survivors.
Hold on, can you put Max on for a second?
I'm right here.
That was snaky as fuck, dude. Oh, I'm coming after you, Mutahar. Stand back, Spencer. Can you tell him what you felt? You are literally just a little snake
Because
hiding
you're
behind her,
literally-
dude. That's
Can
disgusting.
you listen to me? Can you listen to me?
Max is upset that Muta is going against him and flings Spencer at him like a rag doll. Since you already know about the leaked recordings, you should also probably know about the nature of Max's evidence and how Max has come to his conclusions that
Oh no. Mama Max, you need a redemption arc. It's not looking good for you. 25, don't do another Nick is not green. Okay. We can help you. We can help you.
he's expressed about Camden Gerard Davis.
Well, I addressed him as a cult leader and sexual predator because that's how he has been described by the survivors. And even testimonials themselves serve as evidence in a court of law. So to me, that is all of the evidence I need to say this man is a sexual predator and cult leader.
So you're saying the allegation in and of itself is the evidence?
I'm sorry?
So you're saying the allegation in and of itself is the evidence?
It was everything. It was the evidence that was already there. It was the amount of them. It was the consistency of their testimonials, and it was.
Like you see the fallacy in that. Like imagine if I said Max, you're a rapist, and Nick was to say, oh well, that's a statement of fact because Muta made this statement, and that.
You don't have to say Muta made the statement. Say 5 girls said it.
Yep.
Because that's what happened.
Well,
5 girls said it.
yes,
About you.
after they were in a group chat together for 3 months, after changing their allegations.
Wait, I'm
multiple
sorry.
times.
What group chat are you in? The evidence server with all of the girls?
There is evidence in there. It's not just them plotting to take down.
But there was
Camden.
evidence in the other one too, right?
Yeah,
You
there
did go
was
on her
evidence that
Facebook and
wasn't available
post
either.
the self-harm stuff. You did like all those social media messages and stuff like that. That was you, right? Be it not the most important part of the story, clearly, but like it's not like they just lied about you.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
You were like at the social media part where you put like the self-harm video on Haley's thing. That was real, correct?
Oh yes, that was real.
Oh man, allegations are evidence. Our professional P-word hunter has gone to the same law school as Flamenco. Yes.
You covered that video where he kept saying, but go opposites. Yeah, weren't that allegations against him from like some dumb ex or something? Or a couple exes? They were all stupid. I think we defended Mama Max there. Well, but really it was just like dumb. It all seemed dumb. I don't even know if the allegations against him were fake. They just seemed stupid. If I remember correctly. Was that the one where the girl was like, she was like, he was abusive because he told me to clean the kitchen, but he didn't realize I had ADHD. And then the next day he abused me because he got mad that I didn't go grocery shopping soon enough because I have ADHD. And then the next day he got upset because I accidentally, spilled water on his computer because I had ADHD. Was that the one? Or am I thinking of a different accusation thing? Where the girl brought up her ADHD like 50 times?
Your ears do not deceive you. A man who himself has been accused.
No? Oh, maybe it was a different one. I'm sorry. Fuck. I don't remember. These are all a diamond dozen.
Of abuse by 5 of his former friends and exes. Max believes that spoken word testimony is more than enough to make the claims he's made here. This justification has been used to dox Camden's mother and swing his audience of rabid abuse survivors in her direction. According to Spencer.
Okay, lame. All right, listen. We're going to watch the rest of this tomorrow. I guess, maybe. And then, should we do Iranian history? We need something else to dive into, okay? I need to feel alive again. These conservative conspiracies are boring. Maybe we'll do, like, game theory for the fucking, for the Greenwald debate. Well, I feel like it's gonna be pretty easy, but all right. I love you guys. Been fun. I'll see you tomorrow. Rip, cappuccino, 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 cappuccino. I'll catch you guys next. Streaming up.
Alright. I will catch up with you guys later on. I work tonight, so I'll be back. If I stream, it'll be around